Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Montgomery County Council. This evening, we're conducting interviews with candidates for the Commission on Redistricting. I'll ask candidates to keep their videos on. Thank you all for applying to this very important position. We are very grateful that you're willing to serve in this role. Thank you for being willing to accommodate some changes in our schedule. I'll ask a series of 4 questions, and then my colleagues may have additional questions. Since these have been shared with all the applicants ahead of time, there's not a need to rotate the order, but for the questions my colleagues pose, in order to be fair, I'll vary who's assigned to answer first. Okay, tonight we have, starting with Mr. Gluck. Could you all state your name for the record, please?
Sure. George Gluck. Is that all you need?
At this point, thank you. Mr. Murgia? Matthew?
Matthew Murgia.
Murgia, and Mr. Nelson?
Robert Nelson.
Mr. Statlin?
Sam Statlin.
And Mr. Stein?
David Stein.
And Mr. Smith?
Eric Smith.
Terrific. Thank you so much. That's the alphabetical order. Starting with Mr. Gluck, why do you want to be a member of the Redistricting Commission?
Okay, thank you. Simply put, I support representative democracy, and Montgomery County should use the fairest, objective, communities of interest-based best practices for allocating our representatives.
Terrific. Mr. Murgia?
This is my first time doing a Zoom meeting with public officials, so thank you for allowing me this opportunity. To me, democracy is not a spectator sport. It's something that you need to be willing to put energy into in order to make it work well. And I've had about 30 years of experience or so in federal government, local community government, and I want to give back to the community. I think the most important reason I want to participate, however, is that I'm a stakeholder in the process, and the results of what the commission ends up with is going to affect my life on a day-to-day basis. I want to make sure that my communities and those that are important to me have a voice in the process. And I think by being part of the commission, I'm able to lend my voice and my experience to that process, and I want to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson?
The tradition of one person, one vote is a pillar of our American society. And with the number of council districts increasing by 2 and our county's population increasing, particularly in the up county, I thought that this would be the year for me to serve on the Redistricting Commission. I've lived in the county for over 38 years, both inside and outside the Beltway, served on civic associations, both inside and outside the Beltway, and was chair of the Up County Citizens Advisory Board. People know that I dig into issues and bring my analytic acumen and negotiating skills from a career at NASA to my volunteer efforts. There are 11 members on the Redistricting Commission, and just so happens there are 11 members on our church board of trustees. 8 of the people on my church board are people of color, and I expect that the Redistricting Commission will look similarly. Whether it is with my 6 years on the diverse 20-member Up County Citizens Advisory Board, over 36 years of community service with members of the Potomac Bethesda Rotary Club, or my diverse church with 50 nationalities represented. People know I have a reputation of collaboration and accomplishment. As we mathematicians would say, redistricting is a multivariate problem. We'll be looking for solutions that are fair and equitable, having compact and contiguous districts that are racially and economically balanced, and I'm prepared and ready to serve as a member of the Redistricting Commission.
Terrific. Mr. Statlin?
Well, from a personal point of view, it allows me to continue a lifelong effort for racial equality and equity and social economic events that benefit everybody in the county. And I point to my history as chairman of the Board of Elections, where with Carol Petzold, we passed the first in the state, of course, absentee voting on demand, which, as it turns out, has been a very, very big deal in voting, giving people access and enabling them to vote and participate in the process. And also, when it came to early voting, setting up the districts, And then we could move to healthcare, where I participated in a coalition that enabled us to keep Blue Cross Blue Shield a private organization. And what happened? It enables us to have really competitive healthcare costs in the state of Maryland that benefits all of our citizens. So to me, being a part of this enables me to continue a career of public service to benefit all of the citizens of Montgomery County in issues that have been dear to me forever, especially racial equality and the equality in socioeconomic issues.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Hi, well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to be part of this. I've lived in Montgomery County for almost 30 years, and I've been an MCPS math teacher for 24 years, the last 19 at Blair High School. And I'm deeply invested in this community. And through my work as an individual and through my union work in MCEA, I've been involved in local politics for quite some time. And I've come to appreciate how important the decisions that the county government makes are, not only for public education where I work, but really for all aspects of our lives. And I think it's deeply important that the council itself be diverse and responsive to community needs. And a prerequisite for both of those things is to have thoughtful boundaries drawn. So I think this is a really, really important and serious undertaking. And that's why I tried to do it. At Blair, I teach a research seminar in statistics. And as part of that, I've taught congressional redistricting for a number of years. I lead the students in drawing maps and then applying rigorous statistical analyses to them. And through that work, I've become very knowledgeable about the issues in redistricting with minority representation and compactness, community interests, and all the rest. And after years of doing this from an academic perspective, I'm really excited about the opportunity to apply those skills and knowledge that I have to my own community. So that's why I'm eager to be a member of this commission.
Thank you. The commission will meet from February to November. The commission will determine its schedule, but once it convenes. But in the past, they have met as often as on a weekly basis.
Tom, you forgot Mr. Smith, I think.
I only have, I beg your pardon, Mr. Smith. I have 4 in my, you're exactly right. Thank you. Thank you. Where's Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, beg your pardon.
Not a problem, and thank you very much. Thank you, Councilmember Duran.
You were at the beginning of a new page. My apologies.
Not a problem. But first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to sit before you, and also to thank each and every one of you for all your hard work and dedication that you do in serving our communities of Montgomery County. I have a strong desire to be a part of this commission based on the length of time that I've been in the county. I've been in the county for over 30 years. My family has grown up here in the county, so I want to serve the county in this aspect of its growth and development. I feel I have the qualifications to be a part of this commission and help bring the diversity that everyone is discussing. I have that diversity. I want to be a part of this commission, and I can bring that acumen to this commission. So I'm looking forward to serving.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. The commission will meet from February to November. The commission will determine its schedule once it convenes, but in the past, there have been times that the meetings were held on a weekly basis. Will you be able to make the time commitment that the commission requires? Mr. Gluck.
Yes, I certainly will be able to make the time commitment that's required by the commission. My other commitments are also voluntary and require very little of my time. 2 hours a month for my HOA board meetings, and days I can choose to be an MCS math/science substitute. And I'm willing to devote a major amount of time to researching and communicating all of the options for redistricting methodologies and demographics.
Mr. Murguia.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm actually fortunate enough to be retired, so it allows me to set my schedule as I want. Right now, my other commitments are volunteering for a food bank and doing COVID testing support at Wheaton rec centers. I've served on a lot of committees, commissions, working groups, boards of directors, et cetera, over my 30 years, so I know the time commitment something like this takes, and I'm willing to give it. But I think just as important as showing up for the meetings is actually participating in the meetings and making sure that my voice is heard. And if I have questions, asking those questions and asking those questions again when I'm not getting the answer or somebody's not being responsive. I think that's as much of a part of being on a board or a committee or a commission, is to be an active member, and that's what I would plan on doing.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Yes, I'll be able to meet weekly and participate in the meetings.
Mr. Stanton?
Yes, I have absolutely no conflict time-wise. And besides that, I think it's going to take, as it with the Board of Elections, we're going to have to go out, at least I will go out, and I want to walk the boundaries of the proposed districts and the existing districts. Because once those boundaries are selected, it also goes back to the Board of Elections, where we have to draw the precinct lines. And if we want to be inclusive and we want to make sure that everybody can participate in the process, these boundaries have to be fair and open, giving people the opportunity to run for office and back candidates that they support for equality and equity and representation as an elected official.
Thank you. Mr. Stein?
Yes, well, I'm not retired, but I will certainly make the time necessary. This is really important work. I'm excited to do it, and I will be available for all meetings and the work that's required between meetings to prepare.
And Mr. Smith?
Absolutely. I work for myself. I'm self-employed, so I will have the opportunity to attend and participate in all the meetings as they are called any day, any time. So I'm dedicated, looking forward to participating.
Thank you. The Racial Equity and Social Justice Bill became effective on March 2nd, 2020, and several months later, the Council voted on a resolution declaring racism a public health crisis. What role should the Commission take in addressing racial equity and social justice in boundary decisions? Mr. Gluck?
I believe the Commission should apply any racial equity and social justice measures required by the County Council to ensure that minority and low-income residents have districts, proportional to their presence in the county population to ensure these critical voices on the council. The Commission should avoid both splitting minority and low-income areas to dilute the impact and packing such areas into one district, which also reduces the total number of voices for those communities on the council.
Mr. McGee?
Great. I actually found this to be a rather interesting question, one which I think actually goes to the heart of the concept of inclusion representation. Absolutely, yes, racism is a public health crisis, and I'm glad to see that it's finally receiving the attention that is long overdue. Many of the issues identified by the movement are not new, and I've spent more than 30 years of my life working on those issues, in particular as it relates to HIV and AIDS in racial and ethnic minority communities. I'm a gay Latino man who has been involved in AIDS work for at least the last 30 years or so. And a lot of those issues that are addressed in AIDS include things such as poverty, mental health, housing, stigma, language, cultural norms, etc. They all come into play. And all that is part of the process of redistricting, when you have to take in the full concept of what a community is about and how that community sees itself and what role it sees in the rest of society. We know that there's been a history of racism and how political lines have been drawn. Of course, the most blatant example is packing all minorities into one district or reducing their influence in other districts so that a minority can't be elected in that district. But it's more than that. It creates a divide within a community rather than the uniting of the community. I believe that my experience has given me the background to acknowledge the fact that government has a very strong role to play in the day-to-day lives of everybody, in particular at the local level. And more importantly, it starts with how the political boundaries are drawn and how the jurisdictions are drawn. Using the redistricting process to address racial and social justice is a no-brainer for me. It absolutely has to be applied.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson?
I've participated in several of the racial equity and social justice forums and was sitting at the same table with Councilmember Rice in Germantown. The issues that are discussed in these forums are heartbreaking, and we need to recognize and respond to those affected. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 prohibits any practice that results in a denial or abridgment of the right to vote based upon race. We need to avoid packing, cracking, and gerrymandering. We need to have discussions about the redistricting process that are open, and they'll involve the community in order to embrace the commission's recommendations. People may not know their district number, but they do know their zip code that in many cases defines their community. For example, my own zip code and my community of Goshen is divided by both the congressional district boundary and the boundary between council districts 2 and 4. My community is active online with more than 50% participation in Goshen Next Door that I started for our area. The 2021 Redistricting Commission can and will do better because that's what Montgomery County is known for.
Thank you, Mr. Statland.
Look, I think that this is one of the most important redistrictings that we will have in Montgomery County, because it's going to set the tone for the future as far as inclusiveness, racial equity, and equality across the board. And it's one thing to talk about this stuff. It's another thing to live it. And in my career, I have lived this. For example, many of you know that in the insurance industry, insurance carriers would not insure people of color. They wouldn't insure divorced women. And they certainly redlined or drew boundaries where they would not issue insurance. So one has to be brave enough and strong enough to look people in the eye and say, that is not right. We must change. And that's what I have a career of doing, is changing so that we do have racial equity and so that we do have socioeconomic equity, giving everyone a chance. And when you look at the boundaries and you look where people live, that certainly is a part of it because of what everyone said. You know, I've been through this process. I've been in communities where people bitterly complained that their community was divided, which took away the ability to elect a member of that community in a broader sense. And when you look at members of this county council, I can tell you where I personally talked and met with, and in cases made sure that an election was fair, that everyone had equality and equity. That's what this is about. And what this does is it sets the tone. We already have the legislation. The legislation is great, but you also have to have this in your thought and in your heart, and you have to be firm and make sure that these policies are continuous. And I think that's why I think this is so, so important to be a part of this redistricting committee, so that when boundaries are set and precincts are drawn and districts are drawn, that it promotes equity and equality for all citizens of Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
So, you know, the Racial Equity and Social Justice Bill requires that all decisions are considered with a racial equity lens. And so that's the law. And clearly redistricting is a prime example of such a decision, particularly this year, as we're going to go to 7 districts. Look, we have a majority-minority county, and our boundary lines should be reflecting that, in my view. And since ballot measure C passed, I've been playing around with maps using the 2010 census data. And it's clear to me that we can easily make 4 majority-minority districts while abiding by Section 104 and have contiguity, a word I always have trouble pronouncing, compactness and equal population. And it's really important. It's really important that we have districts that reflect the diversity of our county. And some thoughtful work needs to go into that and how those boundaries are made. And that's not the only consideration. Like Bob Nelson was saying, community of interest, for instance, is a really important consideration. But we really need to be looking at this, not only because it's the law, but because it's the right thing to do. We need to be looking at this through a racial equity lens and thinking about creating majority-minority council districts.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Each and every one of the gentlemen have raised and made excellent points with regards to why we need to be concerned about the social justice, racial equality aspect of it. The county is growing. The county is changing. The county is becoming more diverse. As a result of that, this redistricting committee will be gravely important in helping to ascertain what those county boundaries and district lines should appear, so that each and every person in the county is represented the way that they should. One man, one vote, one person, one vote throughout this process. It is gravely important that as we come out of 2020, moving into 2021, that we provide each and every citizen in this county the opportunity to be fairly, equitably represented as we move forward into the future.
Thank you. Number 4, are you planning to run in the upcoming 2022 election, or are there any potential conflicts of interest, any other potential conflicts of interest of which we should be aware? Mr. Gluck.
Thank you. I may consider running for the U.S. House of Representatives, District 6 in 2022. Sorry about the noise in the background here. This is a federal office unrelated to the county council districts to be considered by the commission. Because of my past experience running, I am sensitive to and educated on the impacts of redistricting and am deeply committed to the fairest possible outcome. I think it's essential for that perception by the public that we have at least one minor party member represented, representing nonpartisan interests in redistricting. And I feel I'm uniquely qualified as a mathematician and IT professional, experienced candidate for federal office, and a non-major party member to provide excellent contributions to the commission's endeavor.
Thank you. Mr. Murguia.
No, I don't plan on running for public office at all in the future. I'm seeing the position more as a private citizen without any ties to any organizations, which I think is going to allow me to have a more open mind to consider all points of views. My goal is to try to achieve what's best for all residents of the county. If it doesn't accommodate all stakeholders, we've done a disservice to the residents of the county and to the council itself. So I think not running for office in the future actually helps me.
Right, Mr. Nelson.
No, I'm not running for office, and I don't have any conflicts of interest.
Thank you. Mr. Statland.
No, I'm not running for office, and I do not have a conflict of interest.
They're done that. Okay, and Mr. Stein.
I am definitely not running for office. I am an officer in my union in MCEA, but I don't see that at all as a conflict of interest.
And Mr. Smith.
No, I have no plans of running for office, nor do I have any conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you. We are through with the prepared questions. Councilmember Glass has the first question. Mr. Murguia has the first answer. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you all for joining us this evening and expressing your interest as citizens to participate in this decennial process of redistricting. It's going to be exciting, and a number of you referenced this in your comments and responses, but this November, Montgomery County had a very robust debate about the council makeup, and 63% of voters supported question C, which will expand the council by adding 2 districts. And so my very simple question to you is, what does the passage of question C mean to you, and how would the will of the voters guide your work?
I think the passage shows that there are a lot of people in our county who are very interested in how the government affects them on a day-to-day basis. I think they're looking for folks who are going to be able to continue to represent them in a positive manner. We have the up county, down county issue that one always has to be aware of. You have all of the issues related to community organizations, minority groups, culture groups, linguistic groups, etc. I think the redistricting process is going to have to look at all of those different stakeholders, figure out how to accommodate them as best they can, understanding that we're not going to make everybody happy. That in a way, the more people who complain about what you do means that more people are paying attention to what you're doing, and you're going to end up with a better product in the end.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson.
It's clear that the electorate favorably responded to the ballot question that was designed with representation for communities who felt underrepresented. Now the Redistricting Commission has the opportunity to directly address those underlying concerns. For example, currently portions of the Up County are represented by 4 district council members. With the total population of Montgomery County being about 1.1 million, each of the 7 new council districts will have about 150,000 residents, plus or minus 10%. With the Up County population far exceeding 300,000, it would appear likely that there should be 2 dedicated district council members to represent the Up County. That would go a long way to address the concerns of the Up County.
Terrific. Mr. Statland.
Well, obviously, the voters have said we want more representation. We don't feel we're being represented properly. And going back to equity and equality, they're right. So what we have to do as a commission is we have to realign districts to make sure that there is equity and equality within the county. And at the same time, because I'm a Democrat, I want to make sure that Democrats get reelected so that I can sit down with the Republican members of this committee and we can hash it out in a nice, friendly way with great respect on both sides.
Great. And Mr. Stein.
I think the passage of ballot question C reflects, first of all, an acknowledgement of the voters that we've gotten a lot bigger and that we needed more council districts. And now that we are going to have 7, it is an opportunity to make a map that reflects the diversity of the county. And I said it before, but we can come back, we can have majority minority districts and at the same time reflect communities of interest with our maps. It's an opportunity because we're now able to have 2 more districts and they can be smaller. Each district can be smaller. So I think it's great that C passed. I think it shows that the voters are aware of what's going on in the county, but are also eager to have better and more responsive representation on the council.
Thanks. Mr. Smith.
Absolutely. I think with the passage of the ballot C that it did indicate that the county does want more representation. As a result of that, how do we perform as a redistricting committee in order to equitably and justifiably set the boundaries to better represent the citizens of the county? So as we continue to move forward, it's going to be equally important that we do identify what those needs are, that we set those boundaries to appropriately serve those constituencies and help us to continue to move forward in a very positive manner. It's going to be interesting to see how we go about setting those lines so that we do provide that equitable distribution of representation for our citizens.
Thank you. And Mr. Gluck.
Yes, the country, the state, county, we're all representative democracies. I don't think it would make sense for every citizen, everyone in the county to take the place of the council. That doesn't make sense. At the same time, it would be nice to have some kind of compromise whereby everybody felt they were well represented. And I think having the extra 2 council members will add toward reaching that goal. And I look forward to, in fact, making sure that all those who were anxious to see these two new districts created, see them represented, and happy with the results.
Thank you. Councilmember Novato has the next question, and Mr. Nelson will have the first answer.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank everybody for applying and stepping up to be considered for this very important commission. So in 2009, when I was elected in a special election, and about a year and a half afterwards, my district lines were redrawn because of precisely this exercise. And it was a very interesting process that resulted in the county council having 4 of the 5 councilmanic districts are majority of color currently, 4 of the 5. And if MCPS is any indication of the direction of our county's demographic, as I always say, MCPS is the epicenter of our community. We know that 67% of our Montgomery County public school students are students of color. And so I have heard, I think each of you mentioned words like diversity, equity, equality, and addressing issues that do not result in packing, cracking, or gerrymandering. But now having all of that information, and of course we will be able to confirm all of this with the census, how will all of this play into your thinking if you were to be selected? In other words, taking into consideration our current state, which is that of the 5 councilmanic districts, District 4 are majority of color, now with 2 additional districts, how would you take into consideration the very real possibility that the growth that has occurred obviously is in our communities of color? How do you envision or how does that information play into your thoughts as you, if you were to be selected, as you start your work, how would that all be taken into consideration?
Well, as a resident of the Up County, I see the diversity that we have and the growth. And as you know, the Up County has more affordable housing, so it attracts a very diverse population. So I think that it's going to be rather easy to establish at least 4 minority majority districts doing that. As I was saying earlier too, I raised the questions. Councilmember Navarro's district is only a mile from my. Why is that our community divided by these 2 district lines? I'd probably ask the question, how come there's the Poolsville is connected in with the district that runs all the way down to the district line or DC line? I noticed that they're using major roads in some areas as boundaries, like on New Hampshire Avenue, and that I would think, communities are on both sides of the street. That's what the street is pulling people into the community and dividing, using a major highway. I really want to know what's the rationale for dividing districts that way. But and to answer your question directly, I don't think there's an area of the county nowadays that doesn't reflect the diversity of the whole county.
Can't hear you, Tom. You're muted.
I beg your pardon, Sam. Mr. Stanley.
In looking at preliminary census figures, I think we're going to be up about 8%. And when you equate that to number of districts, right now, each council person, in round numbers is representing 150,000 citizens. If we go to 7 with the increased census, we're going to be representing about 125 to 130,000 citizens. So when you look at the process itself, you have to be very, very conscious, as Ms. Navarro knows, to make sure that you're not dividing communities, but you're uniting communities. And when you look at how boundaries are drawn and what law permits, highways joining counties together, for example, Colesville Road in District Blair on K unites Four Corners with the southern part of Silver Spring. And how those boundary lines are drawn are very important. When we go further out Colesville Road, which is a major growth area, that's where your population is increasing, as well as in the up county. So first of all, you have to be very aware of where the growth is taking place, where the existing boundaries are, which is why it's so important, I think, to walk the boundaries, not only from the map itself, but how it's going to affect each individual precinct, which is exactly where people vote, and how people run. You know, if I'm going to run in District 18, I'm going to know dead sure the boundaries of 18, who lives in it, and what their tendencies tend to be. And I'm going to do the same thing if I'm out in 39 or if I'm out in the far reaches of District 20. So I think it's really, really important. And what it means to me is to have consistency in the numbers, the number of representations, how the boundaries are drawn, so that you can be inclusive and not exclusive of citizens, and then giving people a better chance of running for office and getting elected, which is one of the main purposes of public funding. You know, public funding has greatly encouraged how people run for office and whether they can get funding for election. So I think it all fits together. And I think there's really also, the answers take a lot of research and looking and knowledge to make sure that you're accomplishing the goals that Ms. Navarro is suggesting.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Councilmember Navarro, thank you for the question, because I think that is the question. I think it's the core issue that needs to be addressed in this redistricting. And I was looking historically at a couple of the redistrictings over the last few decades, and a lot of the discussion there was about partisan redistricting. And I think right now that's less of an issue if you look at the maps, and much more of an issue is minority representation. And so I don't think it's a issue. I think it's the most important issue in what we're doing. I'm not saying it's the only issue, but it's the most important issue. And we can do it well. We can draw. Somebody said earlier there are no places in the district, in the county, that are not diverse. That's not accurate. But there are certainly communities of color all through our county. And we can do a very, very good job of drawing districts that represent those constituencies and allow people to have representation and to elect people from their own communities and do it effectively. And we can do that while at the same time preserving communities of interest in the up county and really all throughout the county. So I look at this work primarily as trying to answer the question that you're asking. And as I said, I've been drawing these maps over the last few weeks, and I'm not using 2020 data because I don't have it. So I'm using 2010 data, and to me it's pretty clear. I mean, I guess I can't share my screen, but to me, it's pretty clear how we can draw these districts to create these majority minority districts, which we absolutely need to do. And as you said, we're in MCPS, we're 60-some% minority students right now, and that's where our county is going, and our districting needs to reflect that. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Absolutely. I think Council Member Navarro's question is a very important one. One of the challenges that I think we need to be very cognizant of is that there is not less representation as a result of the new districts that have come on board, so that we can clearly continue to represent those constituencies that will be impacted by these new lines that may be drawn from that standpoint. That it's not partisan. That there's not a block of individuals that will come together as a result of the new districting lines that will be drawn in order to support different types of policies that will not reflect the diversity of the county or provide the racial and social justice that's needed as we move forward. So I agree. I think your question, Councilmember Navarro, is a very important one that needs to be addressed, that needs to be looked at very seriously. and definitely is addressed as we move forward with these new lines.
Thank you. Mr. Gluck.
Yes, as a minor party member for over a quarter of a century, I've always, during that quarter of a century and before, was interested in electoral reform so that we do get proportional representation, as I said before. So I, for sure, if you allow me to be on this commission, will seek that in the proportion of numbers we see out of the 2020 census. Just as a slight example of that, I don't know if Councilwoman Navarro remembers, but I ran against her in that 2009.
I do remember that, Mr. Gluck.
And one of the things I proposed, at that point, we had just started into our minor, some people, recession, major recession maybe even. And I had proposed that we take a look at the county's property taxes so that we could make it more equitable for those who owned houses, that were worth only $100,000 as opposed to those who had $1 million homes, because everybody was paying the same amount per 100 of assessed value. So I've been aware of the need to help folks who need help, and I'm hoping you'll give me the opportunity to do that.
Thank you. And Mr. Murguia.
Thanks again for this question. It's actually an interesting one as well, because as a Latino, I'm part of that change in the county that's occurring and has been occurring and will continue to occur over the next 10 years. I'm actually of the mind that it's probably going to be a important thing to look at whether we can increase minority representation on the council rather than just have the status quo of the 4 members or so, and looking at how communities are formed, how they are, how they interact with each other, the cultural issues within each community, I think is going to be key. I think the data is going to be there if we have the resources to get to the data. We can see what communities are similar to others, use those as the basis for trying to help form decisions of what precincts go into which district and so on. I think we need to be clear that the county is only going to continue to be increasing in minority individuals and the numbers that live here. And we need to be thinking about the future and not just what is it today that we need to accommodate, but what are we going to be doing about the future so that folks 5 years, 7 years down the line aren't going to be yelling out, oh, we need 11 members on the council. We need 13 members on the council because we need them to be more representative of us. I think looking to the future is going to be key to what we try to accomplish.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Katz has the next question. Mr. Statland has the first answer.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all for your interest and for willing to serve. And thank you for your great answers up to now. How familiar are you with all of Montgomery County? How often have you visited or shopped or worked in areas that are outside of the neighborhoods where you live? Thank you.
Mr. Statland.
I have walked every precinct in Montgomery County. I have walked every district in Montgomery County, and have been doing so for a long, long time. And just recently, I saw Councilman Hucker out on Route 29, the Burtonsville area, and I also saw Councilman Friedson out in the Darnestown area, out in Poolsville. And it's very interesting. It's extremely interesting to walk the area, knock on doors, and talk to people that live in these communities, because it's the people in the community who you're serving. And it's what pleases them, what enables them, what gives them opportunity to run for office, what gives them opportunity to participate in the system, which goes back to what Councilwoman Navarro is saying, and which is why this commission is so very important, because we're going to set the tone. And if you don't know how your neighbors live, where they live, what they're exposed to, you can't make a good decision. It was interesting at Poolsville, especially from an educational standpoint, that one of the biggest complaints we heard out there was broadband and access to taking classes by computer. It must have been a disaster out there during this COVID crisis when we had kids learning at home. So All these things are important. Kicking the bricks is where it's at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Well, I feel like I've lived in Montgomery County for decades, and I feel very familiar with all the corners of Montgomery County. You know, one of the experiences I have as being a teacher and a member, elected official in Montgomery County Education Association is I spend a lot of time listening to teachers all over the county. And one thing that I learn is how different the communities are in various parts of the county. And the problems and issues that we have at Blair are quite different than the problems and issues they have, let's say, at Poolesville or at Clarksburg. And I think a member of this commission really does need to be aware of that, and aware of where the communities in the county are, where people think of themselves. Because when you're drawing lines and thinking about communities of interest, you really need to know what the people feel is their important community of interest. And so I think it's a good question. I feel very comfortable with all corners of Montgomery County. And I think acknowledging those differences is really important in this process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
My profession is of that of a real estate professional. I do that daily. I am all over the county. To answer Councilman Katz's answer, I've seen every corner of the county. I have been in every corner of the county. Have sold properties in every corner of the county. I have clients and customers in every corner of the county. So yes, I'm very familiar with the county outside of my neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Gluck?
Yes, so my wife and I were married in 1968, and we moved to an apartment on Congressional Lane in Rockville. After our first child was born, we moved to a house in Brookville. More recently, we moved back into Rockville to a house here. As a substitute teacher, I've taught from Poolesville to Clarksville to Blair, to BCC, Whitman, and other places in the county, and met students and parents on occasion there. So I'm fairly aware of, after 50 years plus here, of at least a little bit of what's going on. For what it's worth, Mr. Stetland talked about walking the county. The first time I ran for Congress, I actually ran through, it was Congressional District 8 then, because I wasn't sure of the boundaries then of our congressional districts. And I actually ran the county from just where the Howard County line is to down to the DC line. So I've become familiar with the county over 50 years physically and through the school system as well, and through our students. Oh, by the way, both our kids, one lives in Bethesda, and the other northeast of here in Rockville as well. And all our 5 grandchildren are either in MCPS schools or were at one point. So I've absorbed a great deal of what this county is about over half a century.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Murguia? Mr. Murguia?
I couldn't hear you. I apologize.
No,
I've been in Montgomery County for about 18 years now, and I will admit that because I'm not an elected official, I'm not on any of those types of boards or commissions that usually go out and work with the community on a day-to-day basis. I probably don't have as much familiarity with some parts of the county as other folks on here. My volunteer work is pretty much centered within maybe a 2 to 3 miles radius of where I live, which is north of Old Town, Kensington. That said, however, I think there is going to be plenty of data available that at least will allow us to look at communities and how they are formed within the county. And I'm a firm believer that if this commission doesn't do outreach and is not transparent, is not constantly asking for input from folks out in the community, we're doing ourselves a disservice. And that would be the way I think it would help me try to get a better understanding of what the county is about across the board, not just based on my own personal knowledge of this part of town or that part of the county, but the community input is going to be key to this. It's going to have to be part of a process so that people have trust in what we're doing and can understand what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you. And Mr. Nelson?
I've been a resident of Montgomery County for 38 years and have lived in 3 areas, both inside and outside the Beltway. I used to fly a small airplane, and before 9/11 was able to view all parts of the county from a unique perspective. And when I no longer needed to commute, I purchased a brand new home in Goshen, close to shopping and other amenities in Gaithersburg, Germantown, and Clarksburg, but with the natural beauty of the area adjacent to the agricultural reserve. I live in Goshen, but my church is on New Hampshire Avenue. My Rotary Club is in Potomac. My office was in Greenbelt. Our long-term auto mechanic was in downtown Silver Spring. My doctor is in Rockville, and my dentist is in downtown Bethesda. So I'm familiar with all parts of the county. I'm a graduate of Senior Leadership Montgomery. During this year-long program, we came to a better appreciation of our county, the dedicated public servants who make our community outstanding, and the fabric of the people who, in many cases, as I am, are transplanted from different parts of the country and the world. Let's make the redistricting plan developed by our commission be a model for the country.
Thank you.
Terrific. Councilmember Rice has a question, and Mr. Stein will have the first answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to all of you for certainly stepping up to serve in this capacity. I'm going to get right to it. So it's interesting. Mr. Nelson actually brought up part of this question. I used to represent from Poolesville to Olney all the way down to Montgomery Village. And because of the redistricting that happened in 2010, during that time frame, I actually lost the Poolesville section and the Olney section because my district grew too large and I had too many people. So it kind of answers Mr. Nelson's question about why Councilmember Friedson's district goes all the way up to Poolesville. I had to give those folks to somebody. So you're welcome, Councilmember Friedson. I know he's quite appreciative. But in all seriousness, one of the things that we try to do is to make sure that we keep neighborhoods together. It's one of the things that you espoused and talked about, some of you in terms of your responses, both to Councilmember Navarro and to others. And so my question to you is that now that we're looking at breaking up these areas even more, what's going to guide you in terms of how it is that you determine and Mr. Nelson, you brought this up about splitting neighborhoods, understanding that numbers are going to be one of the things that you'll have to make work, along with ensuring that we also protect the vital communities that call themselves together hubs and homes in which one another always want to be around the same folks that they live with. So.
It's a good question. In the literature, we call that communities of interest. And it's a fundamental consideration in redrawing districts that you maintain communities of interest. Because when people feel they are being represented, their community is being represented by the same representative, they are more likely, the research shows, to be engaged in politics, to feel that their voice is being heard, and to be happier with the decisions that the government makes. And so it is really important. It is also extremely difficult from a practical point of view to preserve every single community of interest. And so therefore, it takes a great deal of work, and it starts with community input because you have to be aware of where those communities of interest are. You have to know what people think of themselves as being part of. And once you can identify where those most important communities of interest are, you can begin to try to draw lines that, while preserving, inclusiveness and racial equity, are also able to preserve as many of those communities of interest as possible. And it is difficult. It is not easy work. It is not easy to just simply say, well, we're going to preserve communities of interest. Because as you say, there are requirements. You need compactness. And so we have to draw districts that comply with some sort of compactness metrics, be it REOC, Polsby-Popper. We have all of these compactness measures, and that's necessary. It's in the charter. It's required. And you have to observe the population, as you say. If the district gets too big, we need to take people and put them into a different district. So it is not so easy to say that we are going to preserve all communities of interest. However, it is extremely important if you want to build a political system that people feel is responsive to their needs. So in answer to your question, I would say you have to try to do it as well as you possibly can, but you have to go with the understanding that not every single community of interest can necessarily be contained within each district.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Important question. There's communication. We have to utilize all of the resources that we have available to us in making this decision. I think the points that Mr. Stein hit upon are gravely important as well. Those communities of interest, we have to look at and make certain that we are trying to adjust those in the best way possible, and addressing what those needs are for those communities that we're looking at. Reaching out and getting input and information so that a correct decision is made. If we do this in a vacuum, then we'll end up in a situation where a lot of folks will not be pleased and happy, and it just creates other problems and tensions as we move forward. It's very, very important that we utilize the resources, utilize the knowledge bases that we have around us so that we can collect the information and data necessary to draw those lines and to make certain that we are being responsive to the community that we are trying to redistrict as we move forward. I think hitting the pavement, communicating, getting information from the community, and moving forward in the most positive and best manner possible in order to try to please the constituents as we redistrict going forward.
Thank you. Mr. Gluck.
Yes, so we've mentioned a couple different communities of interest thus far, that is minorities and homeowner groups. There may be some others that come up while we're in session, and we may have to prioritize them in some way, and I expect the county council to help us with that, should that come up. Over the last day or so, I played around with a piece of free software that does districting, and noticed how difficult it is to actually try to please everybody. It's not that easy. And also, I should mention that I assume we're going to use some software in this endeavor. I don't know if we've already got some in mind or not, or the commission will have to decide on what software to use, and we'll need to analyze that as well up front. But that software, as Mr. Stein will undoubtedly back me up, we'll all be using linear programming, and if it comes to that, be helpful to know a little bit about that. Should we need to know it in order to take care of more than 2 or 3 communities of interest in this endeavor we're about to go through. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Murguia.
Thank you. I too will chime in with the community of interest aspect of it, which I think is extremely important. And I've talked a little bit about it earlier as well. Well, maybe not using those exact words. I guess the only caution I would have is that while community of interest are extremely important, if it means that it would result in lower or less representation of certain communities, minority communities in particular, then I would think we might want to rethink how we approach that, and maybe think that it's important to get the minority representation as strong as possible, in particular the way the county is moving in terms of the population growth.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
I want to thank on some of my remarks to date. I do think that Councilmember Rice reflects the closest alignment to the positions that have been taken by the Upper County Citizens Advisory Board, and thus demonstrates how we need to have dedicated council members in the Upper County representing our areas. And I know you're term limited, so may I be the first to mention that we're going to miss you in 2 years. But getting back to the question, I think there are other groups that we haven't talked about. What about different ages? We have seniors. Supposedly they are projecting 20 to 25% of the electorate will be seniors. And those all seniors don't have Zoom capabilities to be able to interact with our commission. So we have to kind of think about ways we can reach out and bring those people to the table. How about people with different disabilities? How are we going to make sure that we don't overlook those people? And then on the other end of the spectrum, when you think about it, the students who are in elementary school by the end of this 10-year period will be voting. And Mr. Stein has some really smart students there. Wouldn't it be, as an innovation perhaps, wouldn't it be interesting to have some students that would look at this problem and have it as a school study as to what the give recommendations to our commission? My understanding is that they have done that during the redistricting for the schools, and they have been really supporting the idea of having a very diverse schools as opposed to having single communities in their schools. So why don't we bring on the youth as well into this process to help us make the best solution we can?
Thank you. And Mr. Statland.
Look, the easy part to me is crunching the numbers, because you've got a finite number that you're going for. The hard part is to maintain communities of interest, just as Mr. Rice was saying. And to me, the only way to do that is to make sure when boundaries are drawn that they do not divide communities. I'll give you a couple of examples. In the last census, when we redistricted, there were issues in Kentlands, there were issues in Montgomery Village, there were issues out Route 29, where because of where a boundary was going to be placed, it divided a community. And the only way you really knew that was to go talk to the people, see where it was, and look at how the district could divide or put together communities. So I think the key of this whole redistricting is to unite communities and make it easier for people of minorities who want to run for office to be able to do so in an equal and fair way.
Thank you. Okay, I don't think there are any other questions from my colleagues. I don't see any. So let me say again, thank you so much for applying for this very important role, which will have a huge effect on the future of our county. We will continue to interview candidates through this week, and then we'll notify everyone in January about our decisions. In the meantime, we wish you and your families a very happy and a very safe holiday season. Thank you so much.
You as well.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.
Very well, everyone.
All right, Madam Clerk, are we ready for the second round? Colleagues, does anybody need a 5-minute break? Okay.
If the participant with the name Test could please unmute themselves and give their first and last name.
Hi, this is Arthur Evans. so the host disabled person screen share. Okay.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We can hear you. Okay, Madam Clerk, I think we're ready whenever you are.
Looks like you're missing 2 people, Mr. President. As soon as Ms.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Montgomery County Council. This evening, we're conducting interviews with candidates for the Commission on Redistricting. I would ask all the candidates to please keep their videos on. I want to say thank you for applying for this very important position, which will really affect the future of our county. We're all grateful that you're willing to serve in this role. Thank you for accommodating our schedule as well. I will ask a series of 4 questions, and then my colleagues may have additional questions after that. Since those questions have all been shared with you, the first 4, there's not a need to rotate the order, but if my colleagues have questions, in order to be fair, I'll vary who is assigned to answer first. So the first question, Ms. Ard, can you state your name? Let me ask all the candidates to state their name for the record, please. Ms. Ard?
Arthur Edmonds.
Ms. Ard?
Yes, Laura Ard.
Thank you. Ms. Chow?
Ting Min Chow. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Mr. Fishman, sorry.
My name is Sheldon Fishman.
Ms. Whitaker?
Hi, Michelle Whitaker.
And Ms. Rosser? Is Ms. Rosser with us?
Ms. Rosser has been unresponsive, but we're still working with her.
Okay, terrific. Well, not terrific, but we'll move on. First question, why do you want to be a member of the Redistricting Commission? Goes to Ms. Ard.
Okay, thank you. It's sort of an evolutionary process. I retired almost 3 years ago and worked at the World Bank for almost 20 years. And through my work at the bank and advising various governments over the time frame in many areas of the world, I realized that I needed to give back to my own locality and my own place. And so as soon as I retired, I joined the League of Women Voters, and I've been working with these voting rights issues now for about 2 years. And this is a natural extension of the work that I'm doing with the League. And from all of the things that I've observed internationally and nationally, I realize that that sound voting practices and good redistricting lines are integral at the local level in order to have a fair maps and fair voting at the higher levels. It all feeds from the local level.
Ms. Chow.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for getting the interview. So I'm an immigrant, first generation. I came to this country when I was 26, 27. So I'm very fortunate the opportunity given to me. So for this Redistricting Commission, I serve it as my own give back to the community, but also I realize in the local level, Montgomery County, we've close to 16% Asian American population, but we're not as engaging or as active in terms of civic engagement. So I consider this opportunity as one of the factors that I try to give back to our community and being engaging in that discussion. Second reason is very, very simple. I always interested in public service, and I currently serve as a FEMA budget director. I see how much that public service can do to people's life. I would like to use that as my personal grow opportunity as well, to learn that process, to engage in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edmonds.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity. Well, I believe I have something to contribute, and through all the experience that I've had through my volunteerism throughout the county during the years while I'm in the county, I think that I have learned a lot about what goes on in the county. I've been been an active volunteer in Montgomery County since I moved to Burnsville in the early 1990s. During the last census, last remapping, I provided research regarding the state legislative maps for the last census. I also have served and currently serve on the Cobb County Citizen Advisory Board, and spent 2.5 terms on the board, and 2 of those years was as chair of the board. So I got a broad brush of knowledge in terms of what happens up in the Up County area. I also am a substitute teacher, which provides me an opportunity to work within some of the communities in which we will be looking at in terms of providing data as to how we're going to draw the maps. I have also developed relationships throughout the county that will benefit me in terms of, and the committee, as we look at reaching out to the communities in order to gather their input toward what they think the maps should look like. I want to also make sure that the underrepresented communities are also taken in consideration as we develop any type of any data that we look at. I want to make sure the underrepresented communities are taken in consideration. And I also think that it's very important that we put people on this commission that have their expertise. And I think I can bring a sense of balanced perspective to balance out the different competing priorities that we will have to face as a commission. And if selected, I'll be honored to serve the people of Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Mr. Fishman.
My name is Sheldon Fishman. Thank you to all the members of the council for all the time you're spending interviewing all these candidates. I'm impressed. And thank you to Ann Brown and the members of your staff. They've done a really nice job in getting us situated to be able to participate via Zoom. Why do I want to be a member? I want to reduce gerrymandering and I want to increase trust. And this commission has the opportunity to use a redistricting process and a redistricting product that increases a little bit the trust in county council. An even loftier goal for me and for this commission is to create an excellent redistricting product and redistricting process that can be a model for the state of Maryland, which uses a flawed redistricting process, which created gerrymandered districts, including the worst gerrymandered district in the United States of America. So if we can do it, if we can do this right, we can be a model for others. And that's why I would like to serve on this commission.
Thanks, Ms. Whitaker.
Hi. Thank you very much. Thank you to the entire council for this opportunity to be considered for the commission. And I want to just congratulate President Tucker and Vice President Albornoz for their new leadership positions that they're in. When I think about why I want to serve on this commission, it's very personal as well as professional. I think about my family. I'm the granddaughter of immigrants and the daughter of disenfranchised U.S. citizens. My grandfather immigrated from Honduras, and despite facing lots of discrimination throughout his life, he never gave up that there was power in voting. And he would always share that with me and my sisters about the importance of voting and voting in your community. Likewise, my mom, she was born and raised in Washington, D.C. And as many of you know, D.C. Did not gain a limited home rule until 1973, and they are still fighting for full statehood so that they have control over their laws, over their courts, and over their land. Both of their stories are things that I think about and the experiences that have been with me in my professional life and have guided what I've done for the last 10 years, nearly a decade of working with electoral reform groups and really helping at the grassroots to change what our politics look like. But I also continue to do this work for the next 10 years because I think about my daughter, who may pop into the screen potentially tonight, and she in a decade will be eligible to vote. And when she goes to register to vote, when she goes to cast her first vote, I want her to be confident that her vote will count and that she can elect representatives that will reflect her community. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Second question. The commission will meet from February to November. The commission determines its own schedule once it convenes, but in the past, there have been times when the meetings were as frequent as every week. Will you be able to make the time commitment that the commission requires? Ms. Ard.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I will be.
Yes. Thank you. Ms. Chow.
Yes, I would be. I was on Board of Education Compensation Commission, and we also met like weekly, and we make the report out in less than 6 months. So I'm ready to commit for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds.
The answer is yes, absolutely.
And Mr. Fishman.
Yes, I'm a retired web developer, and I will make this commission a priority over all my other volunteer activities.
And Ms. Whitaker.
Yes, I'm fortunate that I own my own business and do consulting work, and this is something that I want to make a priority, and so it will be in terms of scheduling and being participant in this and really helping to add my voice to it.
Thank you. So question number three.
Mr. President, Ms. Rosser is.
Oh, Ms. Rosser is here. Okay. I beg your pardon. Ms. Rosser, did you hear the second question?
Yes, sir. I heard the second question.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I can commit. My schedule is reasonably flexible, but I do have a prior commitment to training that occurs every other Saturday. That would be my only, I guess, hang up.
Terrific. Sorry, since you were late, why don't I ask you, why do you want to be a member of the Redistricting Commission?
Certainly. I am deeply committed to the integrity of our democratic process. As a former veteran who proudly served, I strongly believe in, our constitutional rights and values. I was also intrigued to learn that the need for redistricting was petitioned by Montgomery County residents who feel that they aren't being represented fairly. I believe that their position has merit and needs to be honored and respected. And as a member of the Green Party, I support an independent, nonpartisan, objective methods to redistricting that allows a realistic inclusion of all voices in government. And I will strive to honor those voices of those who initiated this petition as best I can.
Terrific, thank you. Okay, to question 3. The Racial Equity and Social Justice Bill became effective on March 2nd, 2020, and several months later, the Council voted on a resolution declaring racism a public health crisis. What role should the Commission take in addressing racial equity and social justice in boundary decisions? Ms. Ard.
The Commission itself should evaluate what I think the starting point is understanding the lines that have been drawn previously and looking at the demographic changes in the county and taking into consideration the Racial Equity Office's input. I think that we'll probably have exchange with them, and also I think they have I think it's a racial equity or a lens tool. I think they have that is something that I think we will consider should deploy in looking at our work and looking at the draft lines. And so I think that this is the principles that we use to draw new lines should, of course, incorporate the parameters in the Voting Rights Act and also geographic contiguous lines, and to look that we don't unnecessarily or separate communities whereby they're disadvantaged at the polls.
Thank you, Ms. Chow.
Yes, I think this racial equity and social justice principle is definitely one that we should think about it, especially as a minority myself. But at the same time, I do have reservations in terms of what are the major principles which should be considered, especially consider now that I think Montgomery County has been doing a wonderful job in terms of diversity. We currently have more than 100 country people that originate from 100 countries and live in here. And when we talk about racial equities, what level of racial equity we talk about? We still fix in the Asian, African American, Latinos, Black, brown, white, non-white, Jewish, Middle Eastern, Muslims. There's so many different lands that we can talk about. So I worry about if we're too emphasized on this one, it will cause a lot more disagreement and also distracting to the discussion. In terms of this redistricting, I definitely think that one vote is one vote, so population is population. Racial factors should be playing some kind of consideration when we discuss about it, but I really worry how you can implement it and what is the unintended results when you implement that into this level of districting. So, but I think that during the discussion, definitely something that we should look out to, and especially if we have the data to discuss about it. It would be wonderful if we have a lot of data in terms of how racial equity playing into the voting and also voter suppression that we should be worried about, we should try to encourage. But how it would be looking at districting, I think the population, one vote is one vote. that we should respect. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edmonds.
Yes, we need to look at communities of interest, the changing demographics, and also where the growth patterns will be in the future. And we also need to make sure that the racial equity policies that the county has in place is taken into consideration. It should be a thread that is weaved throughout everything that we do. So I think it is something in which we need to keep focused on, and also an important piece in terms of how we develop any type of maps that are presented at the end of this process.
Thank you. Mr. Fishman.
I agree with what's being said. I think that racial equity should be addressed in both the redistricting product and the redistricting process. In that regard, I urge you to make this commission racially equitable. I recommend that you select Michelle Whitaker for one of the positions because she's well qualified, brings racial diversity, brings gender diversity, and brings ideological diversity. As to the redistricting product, I look forward to a very lively discussion on how we do that. Perhaps we should strive to make every district reflect the racial distribution of the county. Or perhaps we should do exactly the opposite and for racial equity and make communities of interest based in part on race, such as create a heavily Asian American district. I don't know the answer to that, and I look forward to serving on that. One last point is that even some people who look like me and may not have experienced racial discrimination, some of us still have a very strong personal interest in racial equity. I didn't wear my suit today, so you could see my t-shirt. I have 2 black grandchildren.
Thank you. Ms. Whitaker.
First, thanks for that endorsement, Sheldon there. When I think about this, I know that I had the opportunity to participate in some of the racial equity and social justice community conversations. And I want to just start off by applauding Councilmember Navarro's leadership on this and the entire council's affirmation to really make sure that this is part of the work, not only for this commission, but for how we're applying that lens to all of the policies in the county. This is an essential question about fair representation and making sure that everyone's vote is able to count, everyone has a voice in their communities, and that people have a fair opportunity to elect someone of their choice. We know that there is disparities in our community, in our counties, whether we're talking about racial equity disparities, we're talking about economic disparities, even gender disparities. And I think that it's important for us to make sure that we apply that lens in all areas. And I believe along with like racial justice and a social justice lens, we can't forget gender equity in how we're considering this commission. Women are at a disadvantage in several levels, even though we are 51% of the population in Montgomery County. We're 51% of the population, but there are no women who are currently serving as in Congress. They're representing Maryland. There are no women who have been elected to statewide office in Maryland. And my Councilmember Navarro, is the only woman currently serving on the council. All of these things create disparate issues in terms of people like me, like my daughter, like others, being able to see themselves not only in leadership, but as part of the solutions and the policies we put forward. I noted that, I want to just note that the council, as they're considering this, we should look at how we even do that with who we select for this commission. Women are at a disadvantage when it comes to who's being considered for this commission. Less than half of the women candidates, the 32 candidates, are women. And so that creates some disparity issues, potential disparity issues that we should honestly take a look at. And I hope that the council really has some discussions around that. I know Councilmember Reamer at the Commission on Women's listening tour last month. Really, he had a great response to my question about the lack of women in politics, and he was hoping that over the next decade we're really able to see more women in leadership roles like that. And I think that's true, but it starts with what we do today and how we elect more women, more people of color, more young people, more people of different gender identities to our boards and commissions. For fair outcomes, we need fair inputs, and that's one opportunity that we have with the racial equity and social justice lens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosser.
According to Bill 27-19, the definition of social justice includes socioeconomic status. And Bill 2719 also states racial equity and social justice means changes in policies, practice, and allocation of county resources, so that a race or social justice construct does not predict one's successes while also improving opportunities and outcomes for all people. Based on the initiation of the redistricting petition brought by county residents, there's an opportunity, I believe, to address both social justice and racial equity. And it's my understanding that up-county residents believe they are not benefiting equally based on their socioeconomic status. As such, I think at least one district should be redrawn that encompasses those cities. Perhaps a good way to determine what those cities would be to identify the addresses from the petition if possible and use that as a type of boundary guide. I also think coordinating with the Racial Equity and Social Justice Advisory Committee and getting any applicable information from their action plans and impact statements would be useful in making sure no other areas would be overlooked in this process.
Thank you, Ms. Rosser. Okay, question number 4. Are you planning to run in the upcoming 2022 election, or are there any other potential conflicts of interest of which we should be aware? Ms. Ard.
No, I'm not planning to run, and I don't have any other conflicts.
Ms. Chow.
No.
Mr. Edmonds.
No, and I'm not aware of any other conflicts of interest either.
Mr. Fishman.
No and no. And I thank you for this question because it implies that you're not going to put anybody on this commission who is planning to run and is going to use this commission as an ability to gerrymander districts for their own personal use. And if such a commissioner manages to slip through, we will be able to play the video in 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Whitaker.
I'm excited to announce I am not running for office. So I'm happy to serve on this commission in that capacity. And I do not have any conflicts of interest. As someone who's worked in the county both on in volunteer and paid roles for political campaigns and as a consultant, I've had to deal with confidentiality and conflicts of interest. And I'm somebody who, in all of those situations, really works from a framework of integrity and transparency.
And Ms. Rosser.
No, I'm not planning on running for office, and I do volunteer. My efforts regarding WSSE and their rate increases and some of the things that come before the commissioners, I don't know if that would pose I don't believe that would pose as a conflict of interest, but I did want to put that out there. I am actively an active participant with local stuff, but not paid. It's volunteer.
Pardon me?
It's nothing paid. I volunteer my time.
Okay, Council Member Navarro has the first question, and Ms. Chow will give the first answer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank everybody for taking the time and having the interest to be considered for this very important commission. So as you all probably know, this is done every 10 years, regardless of whether there was a petition or not. It happens because of the census and also because there needs to be an examination to address the issue of growth in the county and try to be as proportional as possible. So anyway, when I ran for the county council in 2009, in 2010, of course, this process began, and then my district lines changed. So I had to pretty much change the constituents I was serving because of this particular exercise. And one of the results of that particular time was that of the 5 councilmanic districts, 4 are majority districts of color, and that is because of the makeup of our county. Now, of course, we know that this census will most likely show that the county again has grown considerably. And just judging by MCPS's student demographic, which is roughly 67% students of color, we can expect that that growth and diversity is going to be even more considerable. And so I am curious to know, if you were to be appointed to the Redistricting Commission, how would that data guide your work? I've heard some of you say things like, you know, it should be taken into consideration, but that's not the priority. I know some of you have spoken about the issue of equity as being important and diversity, but if you are going to be guided by the data, it is clear that issues of diversity are going to be front and center because that just happens to be who the county is. It's a majority people of color county. So how would that play into your decisions, and how will you then address those issues that you want to avoid, like packing or cracking, and obviously keeping communities of interest together, et cetera. So just curious as to how, if you were appointed, how would that information, that data, enter into your decision making as you're drawing now 2 additional districts as well? Thank you.
Thank you. I would be the first one to answer. I assume, right? So for me, I think packing and cracking definitely not a good way to look at. I think would be based on data, definitely respect data. And also, I think that we try, based on the foundation of the data, try to be as diverse as possible. But again, like what I said, I think Montgomery County is continually being spread out with the population, and also I think like Up County is incredibly diverse, and I live in Up County as well, and I was very happy to see another lady, Natalia, was talking about it. So at the same time, I really think that we focus on one person, one vote, and I believe that actually probably look at the voting rates of certain area and balancing them out might be also a good idea, right? If your data is saying certain area votes extremely high, we have to think about how to make all the people come out vote, everyone, and trying to reach to those population as well. And at the same time, the socioeconomic status, if the data is there, I definitely also would like to stress the importance of that. So to the degree possible, hopefully every district should be somehow all balanced in all those factors, socioeconomics, racial, and the diversity. You don't want any, I think packing is definitely not really a solution. Integrating is the main word. I think at the end of the day, we would like each of the district, we have pretty good integrating in terms of voting. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds.
Did you call me?
Yes, Mr. Edmonds.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I think that you have to look at the data, but in addition to the data, you got to put some thought into it in terms of the sensitivity in terms of the community. And I think you have to look at the growth of the community and also the race of the community and determine how that, because the county has changed. And we know that. It's not a secret. We know the data. We see the numbers. We know what's happening. But you also have to take in consideration the growth, the race, and make the districts representative of the county. And our county has changed demographically, and our results should reflect that. So I don't think it's just data only. It's data and sensitivity in terms of what the community needs are.
Thank you, Mr. Fishman.
Racial equity is very important, and Councilmember Navarro, the answer that I'm not going to give, which is the one you're looking for, is it's the only thing that counts, and it's there. We need to balance other things. So I want to give you an honest answer. I think it's a very important criteria, and we have to figure out how we do that and achieve other objectives, including the ones that are mandated, like compactness. So we will certainly. I will push the commission to consider racial equity as a prime consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Whitaker.
Yeah, I think that one of the first things is making sure that the commission's work is guided by the legal requirements that we have, how we abide by Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act to make sure that we are not discriminating against any community or protected class. I think in addition to that, how we look at the data becomes critical, and not relying on data alone as our method for evaluating different communities. What we see and what we know not only from the census this year, but there's some cases where communities are underreported. There's some cases where the data is incomplete, but we can get a complete picture or a closer to complete picture when we engage with the community. And that's why I think it's critical about how the commission looks at its work and what it does over the course of the, I think, 9 or 10 months that it's involved in this process, to really think about how you're engaging with different communities, understanding communities, looking at historical maps of how communities have drawn. What are those boundaries that exist right now? What do we need to maintain? What might change? And really, maybe even setting up some times where we do at least 3 community forums where we're engaging with different communities. We have some ways that we're providing input from other groups. When we look at other models of redistricting commissions that happen, California and other states, we see that they do have, along with their commissioners, who are a group of 12 or 14 people, they do also do these community input opportunities for people to respond to what's happening in the map, and to make sure that they're getting a right perspective on, like, is this a good balance of the community, all those sort of things. We need to make sure that we are not, as Councilmember Navarro said, we're not packing or cracking any community of interest. That's a priority when you look at advice that's given by groups like the Brennan Center, who really has great information that can guide the entire commission in its work. That they talk about how you really look at those communities of interest along with the Voting Rights Act requirements to make sure that you are as close as possible that you can, that you're keeping communities of interest together, and that you're focusing on really creating fair, representative boundaries based on what our community is. The last point I'll just make is that we know that our county is growing. From the last redistricting in 2011, we had, I think it grew by 98,000 people. Now we're 4 times as much larger, 1.3 million residents. There's a lot that we need to factor in to make sure that it's even. And I think the addition of having 2 additional council districts helps to create that balance, so that these districts aren't too large to manage, but they also give residents in different communities an opportunity to have fair representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rosser.
Yes. So I acknowledge that our county is very racially diverse, which is a great thing, but it's also economically and financially diverse as well. And based on my experiences, it seems like that financial economic gap is growing. And I think it's important to incorporate the financial aspects when we're considering redistricting, along with the racial diversity. And I don't know where to find the data or where to get it, but I'm hoping that the county has commissions or committees already in place, like the Racial Equity and Social Justice Advisory Committee, where we can work with and just try to make things as balanced as possible and make sure we're not overlooking other key factors.
Thank you. And Ms. Ard.
I think we'll need to work at defining the process right up front. And I think what we're all talking about is getting a process in place and collecting information from a number of different sources. And obviously acknowledging the shift and the change in the county population. And we're going to need to get census information off the back of the previous district, the 5 district lines and how they went about it. And I think that the diversity issue, it will factor heavily into this. I do think that the district lines need to make sense. One of the key parameters is that they make geographical sense, and that lines don't separate communities with special interests or of different racial backgrounds. And so I think that once we get this information together, we can give due consideration to all of these things. And as I mentioned before, having input into the Racial Equity and Social Justice Office as well. So I think this is all yet to be defined, but certainly the objective of having 7 districts is to be sure that there is more equitable and participative population and so people feel better represented across the county.
Thank you. Mr. Edmonds. I beg your pardon. Sorry, I skipped a step. Councilmember Rice has the next question, and Mr. Edmonds has the first answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You were just giving a precursor, so that's great. Let me say thank you to all of you for being willing to volunteer to serve in this capacity. It's a lot of work, and so we really appreciate you wanting to do this, and I applaud each and every one of you for stepping up for your community. I represent the Up County, District 2, and along with Councilmember Navarro and Councilmember Friedson and Councilmember Katz, we are the district council members who represent areas of the Up County. In 2010, when we redistricted then, based on census data, my district had become so large that I actually lost Olney on the eastern side and Poolsville on the western side and some of those surrounding areas. That's what we had to do to make sure that the district was manageable. I'm curious because I know in representing the Up County that there's been a lot of consternation about making sure that there is representation in the Up County. And so how will you ensure that when you look at neighborhoods who like to stay together, who like to have that common interest represented, a la Germantown, where you have over 100,000 residents? We'll see based on the census what those numbers come out at, but I can assure you it's most likely going to be over 100,000. You've got areas like Clarksburg that continue to grow in those areas and have those kinds of shared common interests, but also, as you've heard, are quite diverse. How would you ensure, as a part of your methodology, that you bring those things together, understanding that you have to balance the needs of numbers along with the want to make sure that you can keep communities together?
One of the things which, thank you very much for that question. I think that the data, we have to look at I'm anxious to see the census data and anxious to review the maps and see how they outline what we need to do in terms of determining how to draw the boundaries. I think that communities of interest and neighborhoods are very important to keep them intact as we look at the future growth. I think that is something in which, as a member of the Up County Citizen Advisory Board, I'm well aware in terms of the same concerns that the community has regarding wanting to have representation up in the Up County. But as we peel back the onion and look at the data and look underneath there to see how we can determine what maps, boundaries that we need to establish, I think that we need to take as a baseline, going back to racial equity and going back to the keeping communities intact and communities of interest. I think that it's that we need to take all of those things we need to take into consideration in addition to just looking at the foundation of the data.
Thank you. Mr. Fishman.
Well, I think the council district lines can be improved to improve both the equity and the effectiveness. And one approach I think to maybe getting to that is to recognize that the council districts, there are 5 districts in the council, and there are 5 Board of Education districts, and there are 5 regional service area districts. And I think by looking at those 5, we can get some insights in terms of where there's congruence and where there's not congruence about what we can do to make the council districts more congruent with those other districts, and also what we can learn by looking at the congruence and lack of congruence about equity and effectiveness. And having served on the Mid-County Citizens Advisory Board, and Mid-County goes from the Beltway to Howard County, I know that in that Citizens Advisory Board and all the other Citizens Advisory Boards never have a single council member, Board of Education member, and service director, service centers director. In fact, the Mid-County one had 4 different districts in the council districts in the Mid-County. So I think we can learn from, that's a technique of learning how to improve the council districts, in particular when we get to add 2 new council districts.
Thank you. Ms. Whitaker.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Rice, for this question. I think as you were describing your district, you described your district in the way that many residents describe living in the county. They identify by their communities, by the cities that they live in, maybe even by the nearby roads and jurisdictions that intersect in where they live. Rarely do people identify by their district, because many times and I know many of you know this from just engaging with voters, people often don't know which district they're part of, not on either the council level, the legislative level, sometimes even the congressional level in terms of voting and which elected offices and candidates are running. But what that essentially is as we're describing what community becomes a central part of what the commission does, and being really clear and intentional about how we're drawing those lines, to not draw lines dividing communities that we know already exist, or even ones that are forming. But we don't know that just by, I can't know all of those areas in the county. One, we need to make sure that we do have a diverse commission that has knowledge from across the county. Secondly, we need to make sure that we are engaging in input. And that's why, as I said in the earlier answer, how we do, community input sessions, how often we can do those are great opportunities for us to make sure that we are getting feedback and we know what communities do exist and how people are relating to one another in their current districts and potentially new districts that will form. We, again, are guided by what is in the Voting Rights Act, but I think that when we're looking at communities of interest, which the Brennan Center for Justice, again, should be the second priority after you've met the legal requirements, is really about identifying those communities and, as much as possible, keeping those together. We know where the growth has been in the city. It's in the county. It's similar to what we've seen in the previous census, that there's growth in Clarksburg, in Germantown, in Gaithersburg. But there's lots of different areas that we want to make sure that balance out. And there's a great opportunity, as you named, that 3 council members share areas that are part of the ag reserve or our conservation areas. And as we're looking at redrawing the line, allowing for council members to share those areas creates opportunities for collaboration, creates opportunities for residents to really share in the pride of the resources that we have available in the county. And so we need to keep all of those things in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rosser.
I think examining what counties look like in the past by numbers, and also trying to understand the projected growth is important, so that when we are drawing these lines, we are keeping communities together, but doing so in a responsible, as I don't want to say responsible, but doing so in a manner where we're taking into account growth in those numbers expanding. Based on what I heard, it sounds like you lost Olney because of how Montgomery County is developing, and yeah, just taking into consideration community and the numbers, and just trying to understand where growth is going to occur.
Thank you. Ms. Ard.
I think based on the data and the shifts and the directions, we need to take all of that into account. But also, I think, as several have mentioned, we need to have a community approach. We need to interact with the communities, reach out to neighborhood associations, and also any other organizations where we can and hold public meetings where we can really get an ascertain what many in the community see as the issues, and what their position is when we draw draft lines, and how they may want to see where they go regarding future districts. So I think we need to have also a lot of community engagement in this.
Thank you. Ms. Chow.
Yes, I think that definitely, thank you for Mr. Bryce on the question as well. And it's true that when you look at, you want to balance all the different criteria. But I was just looking at Google Map, look at different district maps. So apparently, I think for the Maryland legislative map, we have 8 districts in there. So I think that's also something that we can look for. It's maybe mimicking the similar population, because that kind of show balancing some of those numbers. And of course, with the later census data, it might change, but I think that there are something that we can look into it. Another one would be when we talk about community, I think that the MCPS cluster map, it could also be another way to look into it, because I think schools make the communities strong, and also it's a very important part of communities. So if we don't want to break up communities, I think that maybe keeping the same kids going to the same schools as a community, then it would be also help us to look at that dilemma as well. And at the same time, I believe that at least for a lot of those communities, probably HOA is another area that we need to engage, make sure that we don't split up some of those developments. And I think doing a lot of outreach definitely will help to feel like what kind of community would be very strong and they really close needed. They don't want to divide. I think that we also need to do some of those public input sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass has the next question, and Mr. Fishman will have the first answer.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all for stepping up to help us and the county in this decennial process, which is really important. And so some of you have recognized this in your comments, but this November in the general election, Montgomery County voters had a very robust conversation about the makeup of the council. And 63% of voters voted for question C, which increases the size of the council by adding 2 districts, going from 5 districts to 7. And ultimately, it will be the Redistricting Commission's job to redraw or draw those 7 districts based on the census data. And so my question for you is, how does the passage of question C, how will that guide your work, and how will you interpret the will of the voters?
Well, I actively campaigned for question C, so I thought it was a good idea. But it seems risky to try and interpret what voters were saying, but I will do that anyway. I think that they were saying that they wanted to have more responsive council members on very short, immediate things, like putting a new stoplight in, and they thought that the way to do that was to make the council districts smaller by increasing the number of council districts. They also kept the 4 at-large district members, and so there was a message there as well. Is that I think that they wanted to have both a second voice that, where they were constituents of, but also council members who would be interested in the things that frankly weren't on the ballot that could increase trust in the county council. Things like expanding public financing and ranked choice voting and other kinds of things. But I think the wisdom of the voters in keeping the 4 at-large seats provides a real opportunity for this redistricting commission, because what it does is there are 4 council members that have no personal interest in gerrymandering, because you guys got to run around for the whole county. And in addition to that, there are 2 members of the 2 district members who are term limited, and so they also have both no personal interest in gerrymandering the districts, but even the appearance of gerrymandering anymore. That's a lot of votes, and this is an opportunity so I appreciate the voters' decision to keep the 4 at-large council members, and I think that contributes to the opportunity for this redistricting committee to do some even better work than they would have been able to do otherwise. So good job, Evan.
Thank you.
You called me, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm really proud. I had the opportunity to work on Question C, and there was a very diverse and collaborative and creative coalition that worked on this of residents across the county. And so it's really great that Question C creates a balance between having district-focused council members and countywide focused council members who serve the entire county in different ways and help to make sure that we have representation across the county. I think it's important to uplift that, Question C did win by 63%. But we do know with the opposing measure that was on the ballot as well, that there were at least 200,000 voters who voted for Question D. And that's about 30% of our electorate, 15% of our population who voiced an unmet need in the way they wanted to see the districts. I think that what we have an opportunity to do, a mandate not only from those who voted for it, but also looking at an opportunity to have the input of those who weren't necessarily in favor of it, is to really make sure that we address the underlying concerns, which I think is about having better representation, having more connection to your community, making sure that the way our districts are drawn are fair, and that we have representation in Up County. All of those things matter, and so how we create our districts, how the commission draws the lines are going to be very important. But as I said before, I think it's really understanding that the commission's work isn't just the commission's work, that it's the work of the county. And we need to embrace ways that we engage in community input for this, because that is what shapes it and gives everybody the opportunity to have ownership of this and to say that we've all drawn the lines to create community, to create fairness, and to make sure that everyone has representation. And that's Up County, that's East County, that's all parts of our Mid County and all parts of our areas, making sure that they have fair representation. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rosser.
In an attempt to interpret the will of the voters, I'm going to again mention those voters who petitioned for, who felt their needs weren't getting met, and it's my understanding that those majority of them were Up County residents. So I feel it's important that part of our work should be guided towards really focusing on that area and making sure that those people feel they're getting adequate representation, or for whatever reason they feel that they're not, and honoring and valuing that to the best of our abilities. And how does the passage guide our work? The passage of question C, I think it's important, and it will guide our work by trying to, I guess, cluster our boundaries in a way that we don't have our council members, I don't want to use the incorrect word, but I guess overstretched too thin with how the things are like geographically proportioned, and making sure that the at-large members can do their work as effectively as possible given the size of our county geographically.
Thank you. Ms. Ard.
Well, I think it is hard to interpret really what the voters were saying, but I know from my perspective, it would be that I want to be sure I have representation. And I want to be sure that I have, through my representative, a seat at the table. And decisions that are made that affect me locally, and what goes on in my community, and how decisions are made, which they're being made very actively around me right now. I want to be sure that I have somebody within reach that I can voice my concerns or my support to. So I think that overall it's a request, it's a vote for finer representation across the board, and that people in Up County as well as the growing counties, or the growing districts and the growing population, that I think it's a recognition that we're getting so big that we have to have a more finely diversified seats at the table.
Thank you. Ms. Chow.
Thank you for the question. And first, I have to say that I'm glad both C and D are on the ballot. And I think the council to be responding to the people that's starting it. And I just be honest that I vote for D because I live in Up County and I have a lot of questions. But I also am very happy, and I think that even with the C, that is a great step forward. But I would think that in terms of how this results that guide us to is that majority of the people do see the value of the at-large, but then there are also segment of people feel that we still don't get enough of representation. So I think that in the discussion, I would like to see is that maybe in the future, among the council members of those 4 at-large members, that they could also some way, somehow geographically focus in terms of serving people, so people can feel like, for example, you have 2 for down county and 2 for up county, even they probably it's all at largest or something. And I do think at the end of the day, as long as the selecting members try their best to really address the problem and try to find the solutions, I'm very grateful for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edmonds.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. To net it out, I think the voters overwhelmingly wanted change, and you can see that in the result, and they wanted to be closer to their representative. And I think that it struck a good balance between the alternative, which means that we were able to maintain our at-large members in addition to adding 2 additional districts. So I think that we need to get in the community and reach out, do outreach to make sure we understand and get a sense in terms of what the community wants, and try to use the data to support what we can develop as a good alternative to put something in place that we can satisfy most of the people that were overwhelmingly in support of question C. But as far as my position on it, I supported question C, and as a chair of the Up County Advisory Board, I had a pulse in terms of what some of the community members wanted as well, being in that position. So you get a feel in terms of sense of, and the folks were very supportive of question C. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Councilmember Katz has the next question, and Ms. Whitaker has the first answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you all for your interest and your great answers, and for being willing to serve. My question is, how familiar are you with all of Montgomery County? How often have you visited or shopped or worked in areas that are not that are outside of the neighborhoods where you were living?
Yeah, thank you for this question, Councilmember Katz. So both in my professional and personal life, I've had the opportunity to go throughout the county. I was a former staff member on Manna Food Center, and my work there, I told lots of stories of both participants and partners who were experiencing food insecurity across the county. I'm glad that I had the opportunity to see you working in Gaithersburg at our food distribution center, and to work with several other members who visited our new market at Manna Food Center. There's lots of great opportunities that we've done there. Along with that, I've also had the opportunity through the political work that I've done to go into many homes who have welcomed me for different housewarming parties, from Clarksburg to Tacoma Park to many other areas. And I've marched in 3 parades so far, the Gaithersburg Parade, the Tacoma Park Parade, and the Burtonsville Parade. So I'm really excited that I've gotten these different opportunities to be around the county. And on a more personal side, I've had the opportunity to go and take my family up to see the sunflowers in Poolsville, and enjoy opportunities in different markets in Olney. And during the pandemic, as I'm trying to get exercise, I take a 1 or 2 mile walk, and I don't just walk around my neighborhood where I live in Kensington. I try to walk around different parts, drive to a section of the county and walk for a mile or 2 so I can get some exercise and get to see our lovely parks and trails. So that's what I've done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Rosser.
I spent my young childhood in Wheaton area, and then we moved to Burtonsville as an adolescent, and I graduated from Briggs, Cheney, and Paint Branch high schools. I left Montgomery County when I joined the military, and when I came back, I moved to Germantown, and from there I went back to Burtonsville, and then back to the Rockville, Gaithersburg area. I think I'm pretty familiar, and now I'm back in Wheaton. So I'm pretty familiar with Montgomery County. A lot of my shopping I do in Rockville. I shop in Bethesda. I'll go all the way out to Germantown, Clarksburg on occasion. I'm familiar with a lot of our landmarks, like the I volunteer in Olney, and I also do volunteer work in Boyds, Maryland. So I think I'm very familiar with the diversity and the flavor of Montgomery County, and I do shop around when I can.
Thank you.
Terrific. Miss Lynn, Miss Ard.
I am becoming more familiar with Montgomery County. As I said, my previous job, I traveled out of the country basically sometimes 30 or 40% of the year. So just one of the driving reasons to retire from the bank was to settle down and to become more familiar with my surroundings. So I travel around and shop around Tacoma Park, and Poolsville is, I have a new and very good vet up there. And so I can't say that I've marched in any parades or my work has taken me around Montgomery County, but I'm increasingly becoming familiar with the county and look to be more so through the work of the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chow.
Yes, I think I'm probably quite familiar, but not a native, because I moved to the county in year 2006, but I live in Rockville, Gaithersburg, and Germantown, and now Clarksburg. At the same time, I know Silver Spring and Wheaton have a lot of very ethnic and diverse neighborhoods and shopping areas and restaurants, and I went to those places very often as well. On top of that, of course, Bethesda, those places kind of know the geographic difference and the characteristics of each of the neighborhood or community. I'm very familiar with Damascus and Poolsville by living in Up County, but at the same time, I can't say that I know the county very well, but I do envision that my value added to this 11-member commission would be one is my own Asian American background, and second is Up County, and third is that I have pretty good general overall understanding of the county characteristics in each part of the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edmonds.
Okay, sorry about that. Just trying to get off mute here. Thank you very much for the question. I think I've touched just about every part of this county. Although I didn't grow up here, I grew up down in South Carolina, and when I moved in this area, I lived in Washington, D.C., inside of Northwest Washington, which was right outside of Silver Spring. So I visited Silver Spring a lot. But when I did move into Montgomery County, I lived in Burtonsville for over 10 years, about 10 years, and up and down the corridor off Route 29, almost touching from Silver Spring all the way up to through Columbia and around the Burtonsville area. I was very active in Burtonsville as well when I was living there, and still active as well. And now I live outside of Goshen, Ladensville area, in the Goshen-Ladensville area, and visit Milestone and other parts, Clarksburg, and Olney and other parts of the county for my shopping. I worked in Bethesda, but Rockville. I currently work in Rockville, and have visited many crooks and crannies all across the areas within the Bethesda, Rockville area, which before they redeveloped the East-West Highway corridor, I used to work right there in the corner near the Air Rights building. So I completed Leadership Montgomery, and through Leadership Montgomery, had a chance to visit several places here in the county, and got a good overview of what the county consists of. So it was very enlightening to touch some places that I had not been before within the county, but it was a very good experience. I also do some volunteer work with Smithsonian Associates. And if you've never been to any Smithsonian programs, you should sign up and go. But right now, because of COVID, the museums are restricted and closed. But in that capacity, I visited, I do bus tours with 50 and older groups, but they're also open to young adults as well. So when we are able to get back out there and do tours again, I touched some of the farms here in the county. And if you haven't been to the Poolsville area, up in the upper corners of Poolsville, up there where the animal farm is located, you should take a visit up there. You still get solicitations where they need support and money to support the animal farm up there, where they shelter animals who have been abandoned. And if you want to appreciate what it's like to maintain and keep in place the ag reserve, you should drive up there and see that area, because when you walk into the farm and look across the Potomac River, it's almost like you walked into the Wizard of Oz or something different, because across the river is Leesburg. And you can see the contrast as far as the development between Montgomery County and Virginia. And you tend to appreciate what we have here in the county. So from east, west, north, and south, I have been across the county. And to close it out, my wife is an ICU nurse at the new Adventist Healthcare Center at White Oak Medical Center. And I have been still go back and forth there, and she is very involved over that area of the county. So as far as my participation and supporting of the county and knowing the county, I think that I have a good pulse on it, and also through some of my volunteer work at the precinct level as well, working at some of the precincts and touching and working at some of the precincts here in the county to understand what some of the voters and people are thinking.
Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Fishman.
Well, our 4 children played secondary sports for in secondary schools of Montgomery County Public Schools. So I've been all over the county with all of their sports teams. But on a more relevant to the issue at hand here, I've also served on a number of countywide organizations. For example, a countywide environmental group. And when I was president of that group, we moved our monthly meetings to all around the county. So we would get hear from people from around the county. And someday this COVID is going to end and we'll be able to do things like that again. And maybe we'll do it through Zoom in the meantime. I also served on the Mid-Counties Citizens Advisory Board, which is not countywide, but it goes from the Beltway all the way to Howard County. And again, when I was chair of that committee, we moved the Citizens Advisory Board meetings all around the Mid-County district. And I also served on an environmental group that is both countywide and national, and we get to that promotes real grass playing fields and opposes petroleum-based plastic synthetic turf fields. You knew I was going to get that in, right? And that has taken me all around the county as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jawando has the next question, and Ms. Rosser has the first answer. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good to see everybody, and been a very interesting panel. All of them have, and thank you for your willingness to serve. One of your colleagues raised a question that made me want to ask a question, because a lot of the questions I have normally been asking about compactness and compliance with the Voting Rights Act and having contiguous geographically and communities of interest, you all have answered. But one of the things that was raised tonight that I want to get everyone's opinion on by Ms. Chow was the voter participation rates of communities, which is something I hadn't heard in this context before. And I think you can correct me if I'm wrong when you're answering the question, Ms. Chow. The suggestion was that that should be a factor in thinking about how districts are put together. And so I guess my question is, what do you think of that? Do you think that should be a factor, whether a community has low or high, or what the turnout has historically been in that demographic, geographic area or district or precinct? And then, if so, yes. If not, why?
Did you want me to, the president, did you want me to answer first?
No, the first answer comes from Ms. Rosser in this case. Ms. Rosser?
Okay.
Hi. I think voter participation rates is an important factor. I think we should look at all the factors that we possibly can address. I'm not sure, just with my understanding of how things are now, if that's something that would be implemented or could be implemented when considering the new boundaries and redrawing the lines. But again, I wonder how, if coordinating with the advisory committees and other committees that are already established in Montgomery County and just getting as much data as we can to make sure nothing is overlooked would be instrumental in making sure we include as many factors as we possibly can.
Thank you. Ms. Ard.
It is an interesting question, and it might be an interesting piece of information to include in our bank of analysis. But I'm not sure that making a decision on district lines, how would the voter participation influence that? I'd have to think that through a little bit more, but then what do you do? How does this factor change if participation goes up? I'm not sure how that should influence a district line. I think more importantly, across the board, voter participation should go up. And I think that there are different efforts out there to really engage and increase voter participation. But I don't see that's a movable target, and I'm not sure what the impact of factoring that into our database would be. I think there's a lot of other factors that come before this piece of information would sway a line one way or the other.
Thank you. Ms. Chow.
I was not suggesting to have this one, yes, but I basically just say that if we are considering, besides of those voters' rights acts require legal elements, if we really want to look for how we can really make sure this democratic process worked, racial equity and social justice is definitely one area, but also I think the voter participation is a reflection of that inequity sometimes, somehow. And so if we're considering that element, maybe if we could, we should definitely look at that and also ask why the participation rate is not, or it's not balanced in a way that how we can make it better. And I just think that this is a process that we can discuss about it, but I'm not suggesting to include it. Thank you.
And Mr. Edmonds.
I think all factors should be considered, but I think that given the fact that this census is going to probably be probably one of the worst that we've had in recent memory because of the pandemic, which when you look at the data of the census and voter participation, you have to consider all factors But one of the things in which in voter participation, you find that if you were to have that as a main criteria, it would impact the minority population more because you have more people in those communities as working class folks who are not necessarily able to get to the polls. So are you going to penalize them because they are not voting? We have to figure out ways in order to get people out and vote. If for some reason you're going to use that as a criteria to influence the outcome of a boundary, I mean, it's one thing to take a census data, which we know that as far as from the top of our leadership, there has been an effort to undermine the participation in the census count. Now to throw in a factor to say that you're going to use voter participation, I think it's important to look at those factors, but I don't think it should be one of the main criteria. It should be one factor of many.
Thank you. Mr. Fishman.
I'm going to try to agree with what has been said up to now and just put just a slight little twist on it. Voter participation is very important. This is my civic association's task force on racial justice that distributed this flyer to every house in the civic association in the 2020 election to try and raise voter participation. And here's the one that the precinct officials did in 2018, again, to every single house in the precinct. And I say that and the impact was to substantially increase the voter participation in across the board. And so my point is that voter participation is likely to be can be volatile, hopefully volatile up. And this commission is going to be drawing lines that are going to be there for 10 years. So I think voter participation is really very important, but not a significant factor in drawing the lines. That's not the answer you wanted, but that's the one I have.
And Ms. Whitaker.
Yeah, I don't think I would be in favor of using that for reasons that others have mentioned, but I'll just say, as it relates to voter participation, there are we know within the rising American electorate, which includes communities of color, women, and young people, that while their numbers are increasing, they are less than other groups that have a high propensity to vote in the history. And so we can't, if we use this, I think we get very close to violating the Voting Rights Act in terms of how we're treating different groups fairly. So I think that's one consideration. I think the other piece is, with any data that we would take in as a commission, to look at why, what are we using with that data, what we're trying to produce in terms of balancing out different features. And what we know is that the vote history changes more often than things like your race or gender, right? So those things don't change. Your vote history would hopefully change, as has been said, hopefully will increase. So those are the things where you need to be very mindful of, like, is that creating a unfair or potentially discriminatory analysis of a community that would harm them by creating districts based on those lines or based on that information. And I think we should evaluate all of that and really make sure that we're getting the best data and the data that really helps us to tell the complete story of our county.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Well, I think I don't see any other questions from my colleagues. You all have survived the questions from my colleagues as well as the prepared ones. I want to thank you all for applying for this very important role. We will consider all your answers and notify everyone about our decisions in January. In the meantime, we wish you and all of your families a very happy and safe holiday season. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
is expected to end in the late afternoon and is required to install surface asphalt. Drivers should follow detour signs on MacArthur Boulevard to enter the parkway elsewhere, while the ramps and road are closed. In the week of November 30th, the MPS will install surface asphalt at the intersection of the Cabin John Access Road and Erickson Road. We will maintain access to Erickson Road, but drivers should anticipate delays. This work is expected to last only a few hours and will be completed during off-peak hours. 1/2 of normal service. MCDOT also has implemented a procedural change for riders boarding buses during the emergency. Passengers are now required to board at the rear door of the bus. Passengers can board through the front doors if a lift is needed to accommodate a disability or stroller. During the emergency, all ride-on services will be temporarily free to all passengers. FlexBus on-demand transit, a pilot program implemented in 2019 in the Rockville and Glenmont-Wheaton areas, remains suspended in response to COVID-19. Bus riders should check the status of their usual buses before leaving for their bus stop.
Information. Please call the Transit Information Center at 240-777-7433.
We will continue to monitor transportation conditions throughout the day. When those conditions change, this station is updated with up-to-date transportation information to aid you in your daily commute.
On or about Monday, November 23rd, starting at 9 a.m., the National Park Service will close the Cabin John Access Road and ramps to the westbound lanes of the Clara Barton Parkway. This closure is expected to end in the late afternoon and is required to install surface asphalt. Drivers should follow detour signs on MacArthur Boulevard to enter the parkway elsewhere, while the ramps and road are closed. In the week of November 30th, the MPS will install surface asphalt at the intersection of the Cabin John Access Road and Erickson Road. We will maintain access to Erickson Road, but drivers should anticipate delays. This work is expected to last only a few hours and will be completed during off-peak hours. 1/2 of normal service. MCDOT also has implemented a procedural change for riders boarding buses during the emergency. Passengers are now required to board at the rear door of the bus. Passengers can board through the front doors if a lift is needed to accommodate a disability or stroller. During the emergency, all ride-on services will be temporarily free to all passengers. FlexBus on-demand transit, a pilot program implemented in 2019 in the Rockville and Glenmont-Wheaton areas, remains suspended in response to COVID-19. Bus riders should check the status of their usual buses before leaving for their bus stop.
Information. Please call the Transit Information Center at 240-777-7433.
We will continue to monitor transportation conditions throughout the day. When those conditions change, this station is updated with up-to-date transportation information to aid you in your daily commute.
On or about Monday, November 23rd, starting at 9 a.m., the National Park Service will close the Cabin John Access Road and ramps to the westbound lanes of the Clara Barton Parkway. This closure is expected to end in the late afternoon and is required to install surface asphalt. Drivers should follow detour signs on MacArthur Boulevard to enter the parkway elsewhere, while the ramps and road are closed. In the week of November 30th, the MPS will install surface asphalt at the intersection of the Cabin John Access Road and Erickson Road. We will maintain access to Erickson Road, but drivers should anticipate delays. This work is expected to last only a few hours and will be completed during off-peak hours. 1/2 of normal service. MCDOT also has implemented a procedural change for riders boarding buses during the emergency. Passengers are now required to board at the rear door of the bus. Passengers can board through the front doors if a lift is needed to accommodate a disability or stroller. During the emergency, all ride-on services will be temporarily free to all passengers. FlexBus on-demand transit, a pilot program implemented in 2019 in the Rockville and Glenmont-Wheaton areas, remains suspended in response
to COVID-19. Bus riders should check the status of their usual buses before leaving for their bus stop.
Information. Please call the Transit Information Center at 240-777-7433.
We will continue to monitor transportation conditions throughout the day. When those conditions change, this station is updated with up-to-date transportation information to aid you in your daily commute.
On or about Monday, November 23rd, starting at 9 a.m., the National Park Service will close the Cabin John access road and ramps to the westbound lanes of the Clara Barton Parkway. This closure is expected to end in the late afternoon and is required to install surface asphalt. Drivers should follow detour signs on MacArthur Boulevard to enter the parkway elsewhere while the ramps and road are closed. In the week of November 30th, the MPS will install surface asphalt at the intersection of the Cabin John Access Road and Erickson Road. We will maintain access to Erickson Road, but drivers should anticipate delays. This work is expected to last only a few hours and will be completed during off-peak hours. 1/2 of normal service. MCDOT also has implemented a procedural change for riders boarding buses during the emergency. Passengers are now required to board at the rear door of the bus. Passengers can board through the front doors if a lift is needed to accommodate a disability or stroller. During the emergency, all ride-on services will be temporarily free to all passengers. FlexBus on-demand transit, a pilot program implemented in 2019 in the Rockville and Glenmont-Wheaton areas, remains suspended in response to COVID-19. Bus riders should check the status of their usual buses before leaving for their bus stop.
Information. Please call the Transit Information Center at 240-777-7433.
We will continue to monitor transportation conditions throughout the day. When those conditions change, this station is updated with up-to-date transportation information to aid you in your daily commute.
On or about Monday, November 23rd, starting at 9 a.m., the National Park Service will close the Cabin John access road and ramps to the westbound lanes of the Clara Barton Parkway. This closure is expected to end in the late afternoon and is required to install surface asphalt. Drivers should follow detour signs on MacArthur Boulevard to enter the parkway elsewhere while the ramps and road are closed. In the week of November 30th, the MPS will install surface asphalt at the intersection of the Cabin John Access Road and Erickson Road. We will maintain access to Erickson Road, but drivers should anticipate delays. This work is expected to last only a few hours and will be completed during off-peak hours.
1/2 of normal service. MCDOT also has implemented a procedural change for riders boarding buses during the emergency. Passengers are now required to board at the rear door of the bus. Passengers can board through the front doors if a lift is needed to accommodate a disability or stroller. During the emergency, all ride-on services will be temporarily free to all passengers. FlexBus on-demand transit, a pilot program implemented in 2019 in the Rockville and Glenmont-Wheaton areas, remains suspended in response to COVID-19. Bus riders should check the status of their usual buses before leaving for their bus stop.
Information. Please call the Transit Information Center at 240-777-7433.
We will continue to monitor transportation conditions throughout the day. When those conditions change, this station is updated with up-to-date transportation information to aid you in your daily commute.
On or about Monday, November 23rd, starting at 9 a.m., the National Park Service will close the Cabin John access road and ramps to the westbound lanes of the Clara Barton Parkway. This closure is expected to end in the late afternoon and is required to install surface asphalt. Drivers should follow detour signs on MacArthur Boulevard to enter the parkway elsewhere while the ramps and road are closed.
In the week of November 30th, the MPS will install surface asphalt at the intersection of the Cabin John Access Road and Erickson Road. We will maintain access to Erickson Road, but drivers should anticipate delays. This work is expected to last only a few hours and will be completed during off-peak hours. 1/2 of normal service. MCDOT also has implemented a procedural change for riders boarding buses during the emergency. Passengers are now required to board at the rear door of the bus. Passengers can board through the front doors if a lift is needed to accommodate a disability or stroller. During the emergency, all ride-on services will be temporarily free to all passengers. FlexBus on-demand transit, a pilot program implemented in 2019 in the Rockville and Glenmont-Wheaton areas, remains suspended in response to COVID-19. Bus riders should check the status of their usual buses before leaving for their bus stop.
Information. Please call the Transit Information Center at 240-777-7433.
We will continue to monitor transportation conditions throughout the day. When those conditions change, this station is updated with up-to-date transportation information to aid you in your daily commute.
On or about Monday, November 23rd, starting at 9 a.m., the National Park Service will close the Cabin John Access Road and ramps to the westbound lanes of the Clara Barton Parkway. This closure is expected to end in the late afternoon and is required to install surface asphalt. Drivers should follow detour signs on MacArthur Boulevard to enter the parkway elsewhere while the ramps and road are closed. In the week of November 30th, the MPS will install surface asphalt at the intersection of the Cabin John Access Road and Erickson Road. We will maintain access to Erickson Road, but drivers should anticipate delays. This work is expected to last only a few hours and will be completed during off-peak hours. 1/2 of normal service. MCDOT also has implemented a procedural change for riders boarding buses during the emergency. Passengers are now required to board at the rear door of the bus. Passengers can board through the front doors if a lift is needed to accommodate a disability or stroller. During the emergency, all ride-on services will be temporarily free to all passengers. FlexBus on-demand transit, a pilot program implemented in 2019 in the Rockville and Glenmont-Wheaton areas, remains suspended in response to COVID-19. Bus riders should check the status of their usual buses before leaving for their bus stop.
Information. Please call the Transit Information Center at 240-777-7433.
We will continue to monitor transportation conditions throughout the day. When those conditions change, this station is updated with up-to-date transportation information to aid you in your daily commute.
On or about Monday, November 23rd, starting at 9 a.m., the National Park Service will close the Cabin John Access Road and ramps to the westbound lanes of the Clara Barton Parkway. This closure is expected to end in the late afternoon and is required to install surface asphalt. Drivers should follow detour signs on MacArthur Boulevard to enter the parkway elsewhere while the ramps and road are closed. In the week of November 30th, the MPS will install surface asphalt at the intersection of the Cabin John Access Road and Erickson Road. We will maintain access to Erickson Road, but drivers should anticipate delays. This work is expected to last only a few hours and will be completed during off-peak hours. 1/2 of normal service. MCDOT also has implemented a procedural change for riders boarding buses during the emergency. Passengers are now required to board at the rear door of the bus. Passengers can board through the front doors if a lift is needed to accommodate a disability or stroller. During the emergency, all ride-on services will be temporarily free to all passengers. FlexBus on-demand transit, a pilot program implemented in 2019 in the Rockville and Glenmont-Wheaton areas, remains suspended in response to COVID-19. Bus riders should check the status of their usual buses before leaving for their bus stop.
Information. Please call the Transit Information Center at 240-777-7433.
We will continue to monitor transportation conditions throughout the day. When those conditions change, this station is updated with up-to-date transportation information to aid you in your daily commute.
On or about Monday, November 23rd, starting at 9 a.m., the National Park Service will close the Cabin John access road and ramps to the westbound lanes of the Clara Barton Parkway. This closure is expected to end in the late afternoon and is required to install surface asphalt. Drivers should follow detour signs on MacArthur Boulevard to enter the parkway elsewhere while the ramps and road are closed. In the week of November 30th, the MPS will install surface asphalt at the intersection of the Cabin John Access Road and Erickson Road. We will maintain access to Erickson Road, but drivers should anticipate delays. This work is expected to last only a few hours and will be completed during off-peak hours. 1/2 of normal service. MCDOT also has implemented a procedural change for riders boarding buses during the emergency. Passengers are now required to board at the rear door of the bus. Passengers can board through the front doors if a lift is needed to accommodate a disability or stroller. During the emergency, all ride-on services will be temporarily free to all passengers. FlexBus on-demand transit, a pilot program implemented in 2019 in the Rockville and Glenmont-Wheaton areas, remains suspended in response to COVID-19. Bus riders should check the status of their usual buses before leaving for their bus stop.
Information. Please call the Transit Information Center at 240-777-7433.
We will continue to monitor